You guys ready to win this thing? We're 12 days away from the biggest victory in American history. Let's not make it small. A landslide minus some shenanigans is still a victory, and that's what you all are going to deliver in the state of Arizona. I got 3 words for you. Vote, vote, vote. Get it done for President Trump, all right? We're just getting warmed up today. Love it. We are in the middle of a war in this country. I don't use that word lightly. Our enemy is not our fellow citizen, it is an ideology. There's no middle ground here. Either you believe in censorship or you believe in free speech. You cannot have both. Either you believe in merit or you believe in group quotas. You cannot have both. Either you believe in American exceptionalism or you believe in apologizing for who we are. You cannot have both. And right now, more than ever, we need a commander-in-chief who will lead us to victory in that war. And that man is your next president, the 47th president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to grow the economy in this country, vote Trump. If you want to stay out of World War III, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. This is the choice we face. You know, Tim Walz, Kamala Harris walking around. I'll tell you, I hope when we deliver that victory on November 6th, the Democratic Party learns once and for all that identity politics doesn't work. You get rotten leaders at every time when you use race and gender to select somebody for their job. And I'm actually talking about Tim Walz this time, by the way. It doesn't work in any direction at all. You know, you got kids coming in, they'll say, oh, he went in as a boy, now he identifies as a girl. It's like what happened at the top of the Democratic ticket. This thing was a coup all the way down. The Democratic Party has now become the party of censorship, has now become the party of war, has now become the party that is hostile to the working class in this nation. But it doesn't have to stay that way. And President Trump often says this, and he's right, that we are a nation in decline. That's what we've become. But it doesn't have to stay that way. We don't have to be at the end of the ancient Roman Empire. We don't have to be this nation in decline. We still can be a nation in our ascent. A nation whose best days are actually still ahead of us. Still a country where we will look our kids in the eye and mean it when we tell them that you get ahead in the United States of America with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what, you are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what we are running to. That is how we will make America great again. Our founding fathers, make them proud. 2024 is our 1776. That's going to require a sacrifice of all of you. I'll be honest with you, I don't love early voting. I never have. I believe we need single-day voting on Election Day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government-issued ID to match the voter file. That's what I believe. That's what Donald Trump believes. But let me tell you something. You got to play by the rules we have in order to change the rules to what they should be. So I'm asking you, as Republicans, yes, we may not like early voting, get out there and do it anyway, because we have an election to win and a country to save. Our founding fathers, they made a sacrifice. There were 56 men who signed the Declaration of Independence. What happened to them? Might ask yourself, exactly. 12 of them had their homes ransacked and burned to the ground by the British. 5 of them were captured by the British and tortured until their deaths. 9 of them died in the American Revolution. 3 more of them had their own kids die in the American Revolution. They didn't do it for them. They did it for us, so we could be here 250 years later, enjoying the blessings of liberty in the greatest nation known to the history of mankind. And we're not about to squander it for them. 2024 is our 1776, and I mean it when I say this. I think Donald Trump is the George Washington of our moment. They shot at George Washington when he crossed the Delaware. They missed when they tried for Donald Trump, too. This time around, we're not messing this up for our country. And I'm asking you, you guys do your part, Donald Trump's going to do his, and we will make sure that our best days are still ahead of us, that we restore that American dream, that we restore that belief in the impossible, that we are the unafraid, the explorers, the pioneers who nobody was going to stop. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, and certainly not Kamala Harris or Tim Walz is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about, and that is what we will revive to save this great nation. Thank you all. God bless you and your families, and may God bless our United States of America. Do not stop fighting until we get this job done. Thank you, guys. God bless.
little stronger.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, United States Senator Rubio.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys have no humidity here. We were in Florida today. You guys have no humidity. They say it's good for the hair, right? Bad for the skin, anyway. So good to see you guys. Did you notice they said Rubio? They didn't even say my first name, which is fine. Which is fine. Which is fine. No, don't. No. I'll tell you why. I asked them to do that. Because there's this thing about this stupid Marco Polo game. It drives me nuts. I hated it as a kid. So Rubio's fine. Are you guys, are we going to win Arizona? Are you guys going to do what it takes to win? It matters. It's important. We feel great about Florida. Remember when Florida was the state everybody was watching at night? We take nothing for granted. But I'm going to make a very bold prediction. Donald Trump in my home state, his home state, is going to win big. But it isn't going to matter if we don't win big here as well. You guys are going to give us a big victory here, right? And it's not enough to just get, we need him in the White House, but he needs a Senate. If we don't get the Senate, he won't have anybody appointed to his cabinet. In fact, let me tell you this, if we don't get the Senate, and God forbid they win over the House, they will impeach him like the same day as he's moving into the White House. Think about it. As he's moving into the Oval Office, whoever the speaker, it won't be Pelosi again. I think she's done being speaker, right? I think she's done. But maybe she'll want to come back just to do one more impeachment. They pass more impeachment than they do, laws that help the American people, but we have to win the Senate, and you have a chance to do that. Are you going to send us, Carrie Lake, to Washington, D.C.? Good. I'm telling you now, we need more people like that with common sense, that'll work hard, that'll help us do the right things in the Senate. She's going to feel lonely there because there ain't that enough. We don't have enough people with common sense that'll work hard in the U.S. Senate, but she will. She'll make a difference. And I'm telling you, if you're voting for Donald Trump, if you know anyone who's voting for Donald Trump, but they say, I'm not going to vote for the Senate race, it's not a big deal. I'm telling you, it's self-defeating. We need them both. Make sure people get out and vote. Make sure you tell everybody they got to get out and vote, and they have to stay and vote for all the Republicans on the ticket. And I'm here to tell you this is not just an election. It is an election. And it is a choice between, for fear and at risk of exaggeration, it is a choice between two very different candidates. Two very different candidates. One, who you'll hear from in a moment, the 45th and soon to be 47th President of the United States. He will speak with passion and with humor because he loves America at the core. Why is he doing this? I'm going to tell you, a lot of people don't know this, okay? But I'm going to share this with you. Donald Trump has actually been quite successful in business. He doesn't need to be in politics. He even has his own plane. all right? And not like a little plane, like a big plane. A huge plane, that's exactly right. A huge plane. So why would someone like that, who has all these things going, by the way, they all loved him, all these celebrities, all these people out there that now, are jumping on the train of the Kamala Harris and all these people, they were all his friends, they all liked him. He had a great life. So why does someone like that run for president? Because they love America, because he loves America, because he wants your children to have the America that we inherited, the greatest country in the world. That's why he's doing it. And they attack, and the unfairness, the attempts on his life, the 2 impeachments, the 45 indictments, the lawfare, everything he's put up with, everything his family, his friends, the people around him, is all because he loves a country that he knows is supposed to be the greatest country in the world, needs to be the greatest country in the world. It has the greatest people in the world. Now what it needs is a great president again. So that's option 1. Option 2 is someone who 6 months ago was supposed to be the vice presidential Democratic candidate. But then, first of all, they lied to us, right, for years. And she was there. There's no way she doesn't know. Biden had problems. He was struggling. Let me ask you, do you think if Kamala Harris had run for president, let's say Biden had announced a year and a half ago, I'm not running for re-election, and she had been a candidate and a bunch of other Democrats would have run, would she have been their nominee? She would not have been their nominee. She became the nominee of the Democratic Party the only way she could, through a backroom maneuver to put her on the ballot at the last second when it was too late to pick anybody else. And now she can't tell us what the difference is between what she would do and what Joe Biden has done. Now, when they first started running, for a couple weeks, they were pretending she was born on July 24th of this year. But she wasn't. She was the Attorney General in California. She was a U.S. Senator. She ran for president. You may not have noticed because she got out of the race like 3 weeks after she got in. But she ran at one time, and then she became vice president, and she's been in that White House and in this administration through every single debacle. In fact, one of the things she was? She was the border czar. How did she do with the border here in Arizona? How did she do with the border? Well, imagine what she would do as president. Nothing. We can't let that happen, and it's in your hands. Vivek spoke a moment ago, and it really matters. Look, I'll tell you this, and I'll say this in closing. I know people that feel very strongly about this election. True story, 4 years ago. Someone who felt very strongly. This guy had every sign, every bumper sticker, every Facebook post, everything you can imagine. He was really engaged. He forgot to go vote. He didn't forget to go vote. He said, I'm going to go vote at the last second. And then I forgot what happened. But he ended up not voting. Now, luckily, Florida wasn't a one-vote state. But if enough people like that don't go out and vote, we're going to wind up saying, what happened? That can't happen. They know we're going to win. That's why they're going crazy. Their campaign at the end is not even about them. You won't even hear her say anymore, this is what I would do as president. It's all attacks, it's all viciousness, it's all nastiness, because they have nothing to run on. They know we're going to win because they know you're behind us. They know we're going to win here in Arizona because they know you're here behind us. But the way we win is if you go vote, and everyone you know that agrees with you goes to vote, and everyone who doesn't agree with you, tell them the election's next 2 Wednesdays, the Wednesday, the day after. That's is there media here? That is called a joke. You've got to vote. You've got to get everyone you know to go out and vote. And honestly, vote as soon as you can. Vote as soon as you can so that you can spend the rest of your time getting people out to vote. So we will wake up that Wednesday morning and we will be able to say, thank God our president is once again Donald J. Trump. Thank you and God bless. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Advisor to the Donald J. Trump campaign, Stephen Miller.
Days, Arizona, 12 days. 12 days to end inflation. 12 days to end the border invasion. 12 days to end the corruption and graft and theft in Washington. 12 days to deliver the future for our children that they deserve. 12 days to send home every last criminal gang, every last criminal migrant, every last menace that has crossed our border to prey on the people of this state. I want you to think about the last 8 years since Donald J. Trump stepped down that golden escalator. Think about what they've thrown at him, what he's endured over those 8 years. Think about the hoaxes, the lies, the persecutions. They've attacked him. They've attacked his family. They've attacked his loved ones. They've attacked his businesses. They've attacked every single thing he's ever been associated with, that corrupt system. Why have they kept attacking him? Why? Because Donald Trump is the one fighting for us. And they kept coming after him and coming after him and coming after him. Lawfare after lawfare, hoax after hoax, lie after lie, persecution after persecution, and then not one, but 2 assassination attempts that nearly took his life. And did he bend? Did he back down? Did he break? Did he waver? Did he falter? Did he give one single inch? No. He stood up. He stood strong. He raised his fist into the air and said 3 immortal words: fight, fight, fight. And who and what is he fighting for? He's fighting for your children. He's fighting for your husbands. He's fighting for your wives. He's fighting for everyone you love. And he's fighting for America, for this republic, for our freedom, for our Constitution. He's fighting for all of us every single day. But now it's up to us. Now it's up to everyone in this room to deliver the tsunami of votes that we need to reclaim the United States of America. And so, to the people of Arizona, I need you to dig deep. I need you to dig even deeper than you think that you can dig. Look at the TV every day. Look at the lies on CNN. Look at the lies on MSNBC. Look at the hatred that is being spewed every single day by the corrupt ruling class. But remember this. You still have the power to take back your country. The future of this nation and this civilization are still in your hands. So my challenge to you, Arizona, over these next 12 days, will Arizona send Donald J. Trump back to the White House? Will you get your friends? Will you get your family? Will you get everyone you know and send a flood of ballots into the polls and say America will be a safe nation, we will be a free nation, we will be a proud nation, and we will look at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and say, that is my president, that is Donald Trump, that is my warrior in the White House. Thank you, God bless you, God bless Arizona, and God bless the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, and a very special hello to Arizona. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of very, very hardworking American patriots. Thank you very much, everybody. So, as you know, early voting, we're finally here. We're just, we can't take this any longer. We don't like incompetent people, do we? We don't like incompetent. These people are grossly incompetent. They're going to be changed. We have no choice. We have to change them, and we have to change them on November 5th. It's going to be the most important day in the history of our country. I believe that, too. Early voting is underway here in Arizona, and we're doing great in Arizona. I don't know if you've been hearing. They got a problem. They got a problem. Got to make it too big to rig. Too big to rig, right? But if you want, vote by mail. Tomorrow is your last day to request a ballot. But you can cast your early vote in person all the way through November 1st, or you can vote on Election Day, which is just get out and vote. You got to go vote. We got to save it. We have we call it a nation in decline. We're being nice when we say that. With your help, 12 days from now, we're going to win Arizona. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris. And we're going to make America great again. That's what we're going to do. Over the past 4 years, Kamala Harris has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon our people. She has eradicated our sovereign border, and she has unleashed an army of migrant gangs who are waging a campaign of violence and terror against our citizens. And my message today is very simple. Kamala's migrant invasion, given to us through gross incompetence, disqualifies her from even thinking about being president. We can't let that happen. No person who is responsible for so much bloodshed and death on our soil can ever be allowed to become the president of the United States. What she's done and he's done. Crooked Joe and Kamala, what a combination. Worst combination in the history of our country. And they've weaponized your government. They're a disgrace to our country. 4 years ago, we had the strongest, safest, and most secure border in U.S. history with the lowest level of illegal immigration ever achieved. 4 years ago. Put up the chart. Go ahead, put it up. My favorite chart. That was the lowest. That was the day I left office. We did great in 2016. We got millions more votes in 2020, but that's the way it goes. But this is our this is bigger than anything. This is going to be the biggest and most important election ever. It's going to be the biggest political event, I believe, in our country's history. We have to win. And we don't need it for the big political event. We need it to save our country. When Kamala came in, she deliberately dismantled our border and threw open the gates. She threw them open. The gates to an invasion of criminal migrants from prisons and jails, from insane asylums and mental institutions, from all over the world, from Venezuela to the Congo in Africa. A lot of people coming out of the Congo. Not just South America. They're coming from 181 countries as of yesterday. Right, and we're a dumping ground. We're like a garbage can for the world. That's what's happened. That's what's happened to our, we're like a garbage can. You know, it's the first time I've ever said that. And every time I come up and talk about what they've done to our country, I get angrier and angrier. First time I've ever said garbage can, but you know what? It's a very accurate description. Meanwhile, she cruelly forced our border agents to help facilitate her wicked betrayal of America. And by the way, the Border Patrol last week gave us their complete and total endorsement, and they said she is the worst. I want to thank them. And they, at the same time, they said she is so bad, she's the worst, you can't have her. And they don't want to do that. It's probably not easy for them to do that. But you know what? They said she's horrible. She was the border czar, and she never made one phone call. Not only didn't she come to the border, she never made a phone call. And now, a few months ago, when she was getting killed, both of them, him and her, they were getting killed. They made it a little bit tougher, but they forgot to stop the airplanes going overhead. We said, how come those planes are still flying? Hundreds of thousands of people flown into our country, landing in our beautiful Midwest and other places, and they're devastated. You know what's happening to Springfield, Ohio, and Aurora, and Colorado. What they're doing to our country. We're joined today by the former senior Border Patrol chief of the San Diego sector, Aaron Heitke, an eyewitness to one of the most horrific scandals in American history carried out by Kamala. Well, she was appointed by this guy because he has to go to sleep every night at 4 o'clock. And she was appointed by him, and therefore she was the border czar, but she doesn't want to be called, so who cares what she is? She was appointed to take care of our border. We had the worst border, and now, and by the way, she also destroyed San Francisco, one of the greatest cities in the world, 15, 16 years ago. And California, when she was Attorney General, a disaster between her and Gavin Newsom is the worst. But it's deadly. What they've done is deadly. The open border policy is a disaster. Aaron, please come up and say a few words. Border Patrol.
I've never seen anything worse than the last 4 years that I've seen under the current administration. I had the pleasure of working for President Trump, and things were never better. I had the misfortune of spending the last 4 years watching our border be overrun. It's been nonstop. The agents' morale has been destroyed. It's been very difficult to watch. I testified in front of the Senate recently to get the word out. The public doesn't know. This administration has continued to say there's no threat at the border. We have a continuous threat, a serious threat at the border that needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Aaron. And that's heartfelt, too. That's heartfelt. He just wants it to be straightened out, along with one of the incredible people. Getting their endorsement was my great honor. But it says something. And we had unanimous, thousands of people, unanimous. Who could ever get that? Because she's so bad. She's so bad. I watched last night. I don't watch CNN often. It's fake news. But I watched last night. Oh, oops, their camera just went off. I watched last night, she did a town hall. Honestly, it was pathetic. It was pathetic. There's never been anything like that. We can't let it happen. We can't. That's why you have to get everyone saying how well we're doing. You still get out, the people that haven't voted, get out and vote. We can't take a chance. We can't take a chance on this disaster continuing, because we won't have a country left if it does. The 4-year-long nightmare that Kamala Harris has forced your men to endure, your men, your women, your children, it's a nightmare for the whole planet, you want to know the truth, because we represent so much. We represent the American dream. The whole world is watching us, and they see these people that don't deserve to be in any position of authority. Remember, he got, whether you like him or not, I'm not a fan of his. Did you see last night? He blew it. He said, lock him up. He said, lock him up last night. He's not allowed to say that. He's such a stupid guy. Such a stupid fool. He's such a guy. But they actually, remember this, they took it away from them. They did something that's never happened. You know, you can use different words, but they just took away the presidency of the United States, and they wanted to be politically correct. They gave it to her, and she was last. She was the first one out, and she came in out of the top 13 contenders. She came in last, and they gave her she got no votes. She got 14 million, whether you like this guy or not, and not too many people are thrilled. And, you know, if you remember, we had a debate, and he didn't do great in the debate, but you know what? That's what happens. And he went down, and he was not doing great, but you got to let him ride it out, right? Instead, they took him out. They said, you're coming out. We're not going to let you. They tell this to the president. This is crazy Nancy. She's crazy as a bed bug, that one. Now, she's a nut job who's crooked as hell. Listen, she started off with nothing. 2 weeks ago, a company that was going to be investigated the following day, she had a lot of stock in the company. She sold the stock the day before they announced the investigation of the company. That's crazy Nancy. No, I think she's immune from investigation. Can you believe? I think she's immune, but not a good person. So when I win on November 5th, the migrate, and remember this, we're going to win. I think we're going to win maybe bigger than anyone understands. Have to get out of there. And when I win on November 5th, and it's not me, we win. We're going to win. When we win on November 5th, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. We're going to restore our country. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country. Essentially, she open borders. When you say open borders, and then they say, we're going to give you health care, education, we're going to give... They're forced to come up, right? Sheriff, you look good, handsome guy. But they come in. It's like a magnet. They come in. They're promised everything. In New York, they get hotel rooms, luxury hotel rooms, and our veterans are forced to sleep on the streets. Think of it. But it's a savage Venezuela prison gang formed in the prison, Tren de Aragua, that is taking over apartment complexes and unleashing a violent terror spree. This is in that case in Colorado. And the governor, who's a radical left Democrat, is petrified of the situation. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what to do. Replace him. I think we replace him. I hope Colorado, you know, Colorado with the governor, this weak guy, Colorado was the one that tried to get Trump. I'm leading every candidate, including the Democrats, on the ballot, and they put in a petition to have me removed from the ballot. And then they say, think of it. They didn't get very far, but this guy tried that. So, and then they say, I'm a threat to democracy. I'm a threat. No, they're a threat. But they even are taking over parts of Times Square. They're all over the place now, and they have weapons like very few people have. So let's take a look.
Open borders and
That's what we have. Thanks a lot, Kamala. Thanks a lot, Kamala. We appreciate it. The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. We're not going to have this. November 5th, 2024 will be called Liberation Day in America. We're going to be liberated. Under Kamala Harris, 13,099, this information right from the Border Patrol, not even believable, 13,099 illegal alien convicted murderers were set to prey upon the United States of America. Think of that. And 425,000 convicted criminal aliens were released into our country over the last 3.5 years. Think of that, 425,000. Last year, an illegal alien was arrested at the Arizona border and then released into the United States by Kamala's horrible open border policy. He went on to repeatedly rape and strangle a woman, killing some, they don't know how many, and is now facing over 100 years in prison. Thank you very much, Kamala. We appreciate it. Through our open border, Kamala Harris is also actively aiding and abetting the worst human traffickers, child smugglers, drug dealers, bloodthirsty criminal networks. We have them all, the worst murderers in the world. They make our criminals look like nice people, I'm telling you. The cartel's profits have soared from $500 million a year under Trump to $13 billion under the border czar, Kamala. And every day they're stealing innocent lives on both sides of the border. They're killing people left and right. Nobody knows it. And the fake news right back there, they don't want to report it. They don't want to report it. They don't put it. You know, when I put these, I have friends, they love the rallies. They want to watch the rallies, and they always do. And the other day, one of my friends said, you know, we love the rallies, but you put up these great clips that are very descriptive, and the fake news will not put the camera on the clips. I didn't know that, you know. I just heard that. And we tell them to do it. We tell them to do it, but they don't do it. They just keep that camera zoomed in on me. Such a waste of time. Now, we have some clips. They're great clips. And the people at home, we got millions of people watching on television. But they won't move those cameras. I try and shame them. I do whatever I can. They're just bad people. And until we get a fair and free press in this country, they're just bad people. I mean, look how easy. Here you have, all they have to do is just go, huh? 1 inch this way and 1 inch this way, and you got it. They don't want to do that. They're the enemy of the people. They are. They're the enemy of the, I've been asked not to say it. I don't want to say it. They're the enemy of the people. And someday they're not going to be the enemy of the people, I hope. Just days ago, a young U.S. Marine Corps veteran named Nicholas Quetz, from right here in Arizona, you know about it. was driving through Mexico for a beach weekend, just a weekend with his friends, a really good guy, good kid, when he was viciously gunned down on the highway and murdered by members of a Mexican cartel. And it was brutal for no reason whatsoever. And we're joined today by Nick's wife, Carrie, his father, Warren, his mother, Patricia, his sister, Alexis, and his brother-in-law, Phil. Could you please stand up wherever you may be? Could you please stand up? A beautiful guy, a beautiful family, and we are so sorry for your loss. Can't be expressed. Thank you very much. Under the Trump administration, we will achieve complete and total victory over these sadistic monsters. We will reclaim our territory. We will restore the sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we will put the cartels quickly out of business. They're going to be gone. Immediately upon taking the oath of office, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. We'll get them out. And I will rescue every town across America that's been invaded and conquered. These towns have been conquered. And we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail, or we'll kick them the hell out of our country as fast as we can. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs like MS-13, just as bad. Just as bad. These are really violent people. MS-13 on Long Island, they like Long Island. We put up thousands, we took out ICE, they're great people. Our ICE. You know, she wants to terminate ICE. Who's going to remove these people? Terminate ICE. They're tough and they love the country. But think of this. 2 young girls walking to school, 16 years old. They don't like using guns because knives are more painful. They sliced them up into pieces, killed them both, and then went about playing and doing whatever the hell they were doing. And ICE went in and grabbed them and got them. And they wish they didn't do that to those 2 young girls. They were walking to school, 2 beautiful, perfect young girls walking to school. They got knifed to death, both of them, cut up. And we got to get these animals out of here fast. It's only going to be worse. And to do so, I have to go back a long way because, you know, that's when they ran a little tougher country. And nowadays, everything's so politically correct. They fight harder for the criminal than they do for the people that have been murdered, killed. These stupid politicians. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Can you believe that? To go back that far. To target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. Can you imagine having to go back to 1798? And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. Thank you. I will end catch and release. You know, we had a policy called Remain in Mexico. People think that was easy to get. That was so good. They ended it immediately. I will end all migrant flights I will outlaw sanctuary cities, which is a place where they give criminals sanctuary. I will immediately ask Congress for funding to hire 10,000 new border agents and to approve a 10% raise for existing agents and a $10,000 retention and signing bonus. We're doing it. They've been treated unfairly. And I will ban all welfare and federal benefits from illegal aliens, and they won't come anymore. They won't come. And in yet another incoherent train wreck of a television interview yesterday, Kamala Harris stated once again that she opposes any plan to send her illegal aliens back home. She opposes deport. I don't think she knew what the hell she was saying, you want to. I actually saw it. I said, I think she must have misunderstood. She'll say, I didn't understand the question. She does. She's a low IQ individual, I'm telling you. I'm good at this stuff. She's a low IQ person. She opposes deportations. Can you believe it? She doesn't want them, Sheriff. She doesn't want them deported. We have a man over here, one of the greats of all time. Stand up, Joe. Stand up. One of the great of all time. Stand up. He didn't play games at the border. Sheriff Joe. He didn't play games. He's a great one. We miss his wife. We miss his wife. She died a couple of years ago. We miss her. She loved this guy. Can you imagine she was in love with him like crazy? Who the hell could love him? But you know what? He got the job done. He got that job done, right? No games. And he did it fairly. Thank you very much for being here. It's very nice. I didn't know you were going to be here. It's appropriate that you're here, frankly. You know that. He did a real job. You didn't have the problems that you have today, the day that just walk in. You got those weak politicians, those pathetic politicians. And by the way, speaking of non-weak, I really hope you're going to go out and vote for Carrie Lake for the Senate. Where is she? Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Karen. Good luck. And you know what I want you to do now? Get up and go to that television show. She's doing Laura Ingraham, and Laura Ingraham has been great. And we want you to do great. You go ahead. The whole place, we're going to clap as you leave. Go ahead. Come on. Sheriff Joe. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Great. Great job. Thank you. Thank you, fellas. She's terrific. You know, we had a deal. I was going to introduce her, but I was going to just sort of let her I said, isn't it better if we just say, because she has to do a big show, actually, with Laura. Laura's been great, too, as you know. And so I said, rather than have her sort of like try and avoid, I said, go out to wonderful applause. And somehow, Sheriff Joe, I think that worked out pretty good, right? Huh? But he's never leaving us, this one here. And Kamala supports mass amnesty and citizenship for the human tidal wave. And she's brought it to us. It's going to come crashing down like you've never seen. This tidal wave, we're going to break this tidal wave. We're going to end it fast, and we're going to have our country back again. Every Arizona senior needs to know that Kamala's plan for mass amnesty will obliterate Medicare and Social Security. They want to put these people on Social Security and Medicare, and that's going to sink those two things. Whereas I'm saving them, and I'm not raising the age like they will have to do. I'm not raising, you'll never see me raise the age. We have liquid gold. We have so much wealth in this country. We have so much. We don't have to play around with Social Security like they want to do. They're going to destroy your Social Security among our country. They're going to destroy our country. So that's, that's the whole ballgame. If you want your Medicare looted by 21 million illegal aliens until there's nothing left, and by the way, if they ever got in, the border will be immediately opened, and you'll have 200 million people come in here. You have 200 million, and there will be no fracking, Pennsylvania. There will be no fracking. There will be no nothing. We'll have a country that will be a disgrace and an embarrassment. Nobody will even know. It'll happen so fast. It can happen fast. Look at Venezuela. 15 years ago, Venezuela was a thriving, incredible country, and now the people can't get a bottle of water. If you want to save Medicare and save Social Security, you must vote for a gentleman named Donald J. Trump. Have you heard of him? You know, it's an amazing stat, but virtually 100% of the net job creation in the last year, you know who it's gone to? Migrants. They're creating jobs. I didn't believe it. I actually have that. Andy Biggs, I had to have that number checked, and I was right. The jobs are going to people that are pouring in. This border invasion of millions of people pouring in is causing a job crisis for Black and Hispanic population. That's what's happening. Hispanic and Black are losing their jobs because of this, and it makes sense. You got millions of people pouring in, people that have had their job, that have done a job for years. They're losing their job, and it started with the Black and the Hispanic populations, and we're just not going to let it all happen. It's so disgraceful. They don't want to show you all of the jobs that the Black and Hispanic people are losing because they want to wait till after the election. But I've seen numbers, and when you see those numbers, the election's going to be over probably, although 818,000 jobs were fraudulently put on the rolls by these guys, by these crooked guys in Washington. They lied and cheated. They said we had 818,000 jobs. And we had a whistleblower because they wanted to revise it after the election. And we had a whistleblower, and I wonder whoever the hell that whistleblower was. Thank you very much, whistleblower. We appreciate it. Think of that. Even after all of the pain and suffering that she's caused, when Kamala was asked if she would do anything differently, she said that she wouldn't change not one thing. Let's watch. It's pretty brutal, isn't it? Isn't it unbelievable? So, Arizona, if you want to end this disaster, you must get out and vote. You have to vote. We're not playing games. So, how to do it. And Jane, your husband sitting on the sofa, watching something. He doesn't even know what he's watching. Tell him, Jimmy, get up. You're getting up, Jimmy. Let's go. Let's go, Jimmy. I'm not going to use foul language. Get your fat ass out of the couch. You're going to vote, Jimmy. You're going to vote. We're going to save our country, Jimmy. We're going to save our country. Now, you got to go vote. We're pleased to be joined by a couple of really great people, two senators. They get it. They really get it, and they're warriors. Marco Rubio and Mike Lee. Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Two great guys, and they are warriors, too. Representatives Eli Crane and Andy Biggs. Thank you. Thank you, fellas. Thank you, Eli. Thank you. Congressional candidate doing really well, Kelly Cooper, who is my complete and total endorsement, and so do these guys. They all have my endorsement. Everybody I've named, including Sheriff Joe, has my endorsement. Arizona GOP chairwoman, and this woman has done a job, and especially, well, it's early voting, and we are doing record successful numbers, and I think it's going to stay that way. Gina Swoboda, where's Gina? She is doing a job. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, honey. Great job. You going to keep it going? Okay, thank you. She's good. Wow, this is a big guy. President of Arizona State University, college Republicans, Carson Carpenter. Thank you. He's done a fantastic job. Young guy. Look, a young guy, huh? He'll be up here someday. Thank you very much, Carson. And Gold Star mom, Alicia Lopez, mother of fallen Marine Corporal Hunter Lopez, who lost his life in the failed withdrawal from Afghanistan. Thanks. We want to thank you, Alicia, and we will never forget Hunter. Where is Alicia? Thank you. Thank you, darling, very much. Thank you very much. I've gotten to know so many people from that horrible event, the most embarrassing, horrible event in the history of our country. Because of that event, Putin went into Ukraine. That Afghanistan event was such a disgrace, and it would have never happened. We would have kept Bagram. We wouldn't have taken the soldiers out first. We wouldn't have given them anything. Billions and billions of dollars of equipment, 13 dead. Think of it, 13 dead, but so many horrifically wounded with the arms and the legs, the whole thing. Nobody ever mentions them. I mention them all the time because they're sitting home right now. They're suffering. And it should have never, ever happened. And Putin, think of this. Putin sat back, and President Xi of China and all of them, and they looked back and they said, oh, the U.S. must be a paper tiger. Putin would have never, ever gone in. No chance. It wouldn't have happened. No chance. I spoke to him about it. It was the apple of his eye. I will tell you that. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. But he would have never gone in. And he understands that. And to think of what's happened, and now you look at Ukraine, so many people have died. Those beautiful old cities, those magnificent golden domes are laying down, smashed to smithereens on their sides. You can ever rebuild that? You're not going to rebuild that. They lost their whole culture. For that to have happened, you could have stopped that so easily, Joe. You didn't know what the hell you were doing or saying, Joe. What a shame. What a different country we would have had. Think of it. You wouldn't have inflation. You wouldn't have had and we were getting out of Afghanistan. I spoke to Abdul. He was the head of the Taliban. They said, where did you speak to him? I said, because that's where the death is. He was the one. And for 18 months, we didn't lose one soldier in Afghanistan. Think of it. 18 months, right? And then these stupid people took over. And we lost those beautiful soldiers. Most importantly, we lost. And other people, many people were killed that day. Many, many people. People that were from Afghanistan. Many, many people. It was horrific. But so much death and so unnecessary. But think of it, that wouldn't have happened. We would have been out, but we would have been out with dignity and pride. We would have kept Bagram, the big air base, one of the biggest air bases in the world. We built it many years ago for billions of dollars. And it was 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And we would have kept it for that reason. We were expecting to keep it, but they left there too. They turned off the lights and they left, although a lot of those lights were left on, I believe. And they didn't take the dogs, by the way. A lot of people say, did they take the dogs? They had these great German Shepherd dogs. No, they didn't take the dogs. It's such a horrible thing that happened, and in a short period of time. So you had that, and then you had Russia going into Ukraine. You have President Xi looking very strongly at Taiwan. You know that. He's been looking, he's been savoring. He's been licking his chops on that one, right? And you had October 7th with Israel. Would have never happened. That would have never, all those people killed, it would have never happened. None of it would have happened. We would have been a whole different world right now. We would have been the world that Viktor Orban talked about. He said he's the head of Hungary, strong person, very strong leader. He said this would have never happened if Trump were the president of the United States. So, but we'll fix it. We'll fix it. We'll get it fixed. Also with us is Kristen Coolidge, the widow of Phoenix police officer Zane Coolidge, who was shot and killed last month in the line of duty, leaving behind his wife and his beautiful 5-month-old daughter. I just met them in backstage also. Could you stand up, wherever you may be? Oh, that's so beautiful. Thank you. And Kristen, your husband was a true hero. They know him so well over here. Everybody knew exactly who I was talking about. And it was wonderful to meet you, but I'm so sorry for what happened. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you, Mom. So we grieve with you, and we stand with you, and we're going to stand with everybody that we just introduced you to. But these are things that would have never happened with proper government, with people that knew what they were doing, with maybe a little bit of toughness. I guess that's okay, right? Maybe a little bit of toughness and a lot of common sense. These things would have never happened, and these wonderful people would be alive today. Under my administration, we will once again give our police and law enforcement heroes the support, resources, protection, and respect that they so dearly deserve, right? We're going to bring back law and order to America. Our country is going to hell. We'll rapidly build the greatest economy in history. I will pass historic tax cuts for workers and small businesses, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. No tax. And I will terminate Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate, and we will end the Green New Scam. Trillions and trillions of dollars being wasted on the Green New Scam. We're going to have the cleanest water of anybody. We had 4 years. We had the record, clean water, clean air. But it's a Green New Scam. I will make interest on car loans fully tax deductible, but only for cars made in America. Thank you. And to a large degree, the reason I just came up with that idea, people are calling me these geniuses from Wall Street. What a great idea that was. How did you think of that? I always say the paperclip. 129 years ago, the paperclip. Somebody looked at it and said, why didn't I think of this? Somebody got very rich. Because affording a car is essential to restoring the American dream. We're going to have those cars made in Detroit. They're going to be made all over Michigan. We might even have a couple made here, but who knows? We're going to make plenty of other things here. We will quickly become energy independent, and we will frack, 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 and drill, baby, drill. We're going to frack, 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 drill, baby, drill. And in conclusion, with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala Harris. We're going to fire her. Get the hell. We're going to fire Kamala. We're going to get her out of here. Honestly, you had to see it last night to believe it. People, even reporters spoke to me today. They said, we can't believe it. It's hard for them to justify, you know, they're controlled by the left. They're controlled by the left, totally controlled. I don't know what the hell. We have to free the reporters up because I know some of them. They're good people. We have to free them up. We have to free them from the left. And we're going to save America. With your support, we will end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America. And really, a lot of factories are coming right back here to Arizona, where they were taken from you. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine. I will get it stopped very quickly. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III. And we're very close to World War III right now. And we will build a massive missile defense shield to protect us. We want protection too, don't we? And it's going to be made in the USA, a lot of it right here. And we will land an American astronaut on Mars. Thank you, Elon. Thank you. Get going, Elon. Get that spaceship going, Elon. By the way, how good is Elon Musk? You know, well, we're having a good time here today at this beautiful arena. This is a beautiful arena, nice 72 degrees, everything. Elon is campaigning in Pennsylvania, and he's really working hard. Elon Musk, between rocket ships, you ever see a rocket ship come down so beautifully like that? I said, why did you do that, Elon? He said, because I want to save the ship. It costs like $1 billion to build. I said, can anybody else do that? No. The rest of them, they drop them into the ocean. They start all over again. No, this guy's great. And he did us a bigger favor right now. He gave us the Starlink. Does anybody know Starlink? He gave us Starlink in North Carolina, some in Georgia, some of the areas that were hit by that horrible hurricane. And somebody from North Carolina said, do you know Elon Musk? I said, yes. How good was his endorsement? I mean, his endorsement just kept coming and coming. He said that we will not have a country if we don't win this election, and he is a smart cookie. In fact, he was over with us last couple of weeks over in Pennsylvania in Butler. And he saw something that he's, with all the rockets and Starlinks and everything else, he said, I've never seen anything like it. We had 101,000 people, and it was incredible. Honoring a wonderful man, Corey, firefighter, and it was a beautiful, beautiful evening. It's a beautiful evening. But Elon got Starlink, and he said, the gentleman from North Carolina, one of the officials, said to me, is it possible for you to get him to get us Starlink? I said, I can try. What's Starlink? And he told me it's communication, a form of communication that's very good, but hard to get. And I called Elon, and he sent it immediately. Hundreds of adapters, sent them immediately. And I think he saved a lot of lives. So thank you, Elon Musk, right? Thank you. Good job. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity. We're going to get them the hell out of our schools immediately, right? And something I'm always embarrassed to even have to say, it's so crazy. We will keep men out of women's sports. Can you believe it? Who would have thought you have to say that? How about the other good one is parental. We will give parents the rights to watch over their child. I mean, the school boards are... No, I mean, I have things that I say that 10 years ago would have been like, who would ever think of it? We will keep men out of women's sports. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. Right? After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country. We are going to defend our borders, and we are going to protect our citizens. We will stop all illegal immigration once and for all and at once. We will stop it immediately. We will not be occupied. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with opportunity, hope, and filled with the American dream again. We're bringing back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is simply too big to rig. And we're doing that. We're doing that. We're doing that. If these numbers hold up, and they probably will, I mean, why wouldn't they? Who the hell wants these people in office? It's crazy. But the numbers are the biggest anyone's ever seen. Even the fake news says that. It's pretty amazing. But we want to wait, and we're watching very studiously. Early voting is underway. Get everyone you know and vote. Just get them. Get your friends. Say, get over here. You're going to vote. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years of the history of our country. With your help from now until Election Day, 12 days, is that so much to ask? 12 days. We will redeem America's promise. We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we love. We're going to take it back from these people that have no idea what they're doing. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And we're going to remember God. They don't want to remember God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, 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 and win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. Bobby Kennedy. We will make America strong again. Oh, we're going to be strong. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Arizona. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you. that's why November 5th cast my vote. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. There's one of you. Believe in the American way, join me. Thank you. This is land of hope and dreams. Grab your ticket and suitcase. Sun is rolling down the street. Sitting around here trying to write this book. I need a little action. Come on now, baby, give me just one look. Can't start a fire. Sitting around crying over a broken heart. This comes higher. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. Can't start a fire. We're about to go to the world fall apart. This comes higher. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. Even if we're just dancing in the dark.
Georgia Senator Reverend Raphael award-winning filmmaker and philanthropist, Tyler Perry.
believes that this American dream is for everyone. Did you? Didn't think so. My mother didn't have some great legacy, but she told me how to pray my way through a situation. It sounds like you have that in common. I'm the kind of American that believes in a secure border, but at the same time believes that if anyone is coming seeking legal asylum, our arms should be open to them. So when I think about America, I think about my grandmother's quilt. We do not need 4 years of a wannabe king, a wannabe dictator running around trying to punish his enemies. That's not what you need in your life. Americans are ready to change the game. We are ready for a better state. President Kamala Harris. After the whole mortgage crisis, Kamala pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. It didn't matter that I was a Democrat and she had knocked on doors by campaigning out. She wasn't going to let anybody stop her from putting as much relief as possible for families deserving it. So the point I'm making, if you like Kamala Harris, she will not be focused on her problems, her ego, her money. She's going to be focused on you. Kamala understands that too many folks here in Georgia and across the country are struggling to pay their bills. Now, I understand wages are steadily growing. Unemployment is low. Inflation is finally slowing. But we all know the price of everything, housing, healthcare, groceries is still too high. And it hurts. She understands it. The question is who's willing to do something about it? So Donald Trump plans to give another massive tax cut to billionaires and big corporations. Because he was a reality star on The Apprentice, there's some folks who think, well, oh, he's a businessman, he must know something about the economy. I've heard people say this, and I'll talk to them. Why would you think about voting for this guy? Well, I remember the economy when he first came in, it was pretty good. it takes steps, a little bit at a time, but your vote matters because that little bit at a time, that incremental improvement, that adds up. And things can get a little better or they can get a little or a lot worse. When I was president, we did not solve all problems in our healthcare system, but 50 million people getting health insurance that they had before, that made a difference. When I was president, we put together an entire playbook for how to deal with the pandemic. We dealt with Ebola, we dealt with the H1N1 virus. We put together a plan, a practice. We had all the agencies in terms of how do you do with the schools, how do you do with the public health agencies. We put it all together, and Donald Trump came in, we gave him that playbook. And he had this dropped it in the dustbin. 3 years later, a pandemic hit. And I want to be fair. Listen to me now. No matter who was president, the pandemic was going to be a huge crisis. People were going to get sick. People were going to die. This is going to close and be travel restriction. It was a once-in-a-100-year event. But if you look at a country like Canada, the per capita death rate during COVID was 60% lower than it was here in the United States. So you do the math. Over 1 million people died in the pandemic here in the U.S. 60% of them, over 1 million, that's 600,000 people. That's a million parents. That's aunts, that's uncles, parents, cohorts, friends. Everybody who was touched by it. Some people might have been alive if we had a competent administration who was paying attention. Somebody who respects you, somebody who cares about you, somebody who understands your dreams. And you need to remind folks who are still on the sidelines that the election is about more than just policies, it's about values, and it's about character. Some of you know when I was growing up, I didn't have fathers. But I did people around. Stepfather, grandparents, teachers, coaches, and most of all, my mother, who tried to teach me the difference between right and wrong, who showed me what it meant to be honest and responsible, work hard, to treat other people the way I want to be treated. And look, I was not sometimes when I was a kid, and always living up to those values because of the young dog, but over time, I internalized those values. And as an adult, I said, this is what I need to stand on. This is my foundation. And I suspect most of you grew up the same way. One of the most disturbing things about this election and about Trump's rise in politics is how we seem to accept values we were taught inside. How we seem to disregard. How we pretend they don't matter. When Donald Trump lies about hurricane, you've got a hurricane in North Carolina, people desperate, and he and his vice president candidate deliberately circulate rumors that money is being given to illegal aliens, illegal immigrants, as opposed to people who are desperate. When he cheats or shows utter disregard for our Constitution, when he calls service members who died in battle losers, or fellow citizens vermin, people make excuses for it. They act like it's okay on their side of race. And I notice especially some men who seem to think Trump's behavior is a sign of strength, macho, I'm going to hold these folks, I'm going to put them down. I am here to tell you, that is not what real strength. It never has been. Real strength is about the word of God. And making us apply together and telling the truth even when it is inconvenient. Real strength is about helping people who need it and standing up to those who can't always stand up to themselves. That's what we should demand in our daughters and in our sons. And that's what I want to see in the President of the United States of America.
the middle of next year. These are independent economists, Nobel laureate, prize-winning economists who have reviewed our plans and are very clear. And his agenda is all laid out in Project 2025. A detailed and dangerous blueprint for what he will do if he is elected president. And look, Donald Trump intends to impose a 20% Trump national sales tax on everyday basic necessities. family is here with us tonight, and we speak her name, Amber Nicole Garland. And you all have heard me say, look, I do believe Donald Trump to be an unserious man, and the consequences of him ever being president again are brutally serious. These are just some of the consequences of the Trump worship man and what he does and what he's likely to do. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it. And across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on other hard-won freedoms and rights, fundamental freedoms and rights, like George knows, attacks on the freedom to vote, attacks on the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. And as Atlanta knows well, generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. And now, the baton is in our hands. he is effectively immune no matter what he does in the White House. Now just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. He who will claim unchecked and extreme power if he is reelected, who has vowed that he will be a dictator on day one, who calls Americans who disagree with him, I'm going to quote, the enemy from within. You know what that argument? He's calling Americans the enemy within, who said that he would use the military to go after them. And he has called for the, quote, termination of the Constitution of the United States. Let us be very clear. Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States of America should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States of America. Never again. Never again. There is a huge contrast in this election. Just imagine the Oval Office in 3 months. Picture it in your mind. So, there's a choice that everybody has. So let's imagine it for a moment. It's either Donald Trump in there, stewing over his enemy list, or me, we are here together because we know what is at stake. We are here together because we love our country. We love our country. And I do believe it is one of the highest forms of patriotism to fight then for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America. That's what we are here. As the great Protestant John Lewis reminded us, democracy is not a state, it is an act. So Georgia, now is our time to act, and together we will win. Because folks, the election is here. It is here, it is upon us, and the choice is truly in your hands. Your vote is your voice, and your vote is your power. So, Georgia, I ask you, are you ready to make your voice heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe
staying up until you stay until the military leaves. So why? Thank you. Everybody's been asking why.
starting from the ground up. One right here in Las Vegas and one in Reno, Nevada. I have two of the best examples of what a truly great leader is, and how important it is. My Papa Jack was quoted saying, "Lead men by going the extra mile yourself." I'm an actress who got my start professional fighting right here in your mixed martial arts gyms in Las Vegas. Thank you. I'd rather be being punched in the face than giving a speech right now. But I'm doing this for America. I'm doing this because this election is so important. It's so valuable. I didn't actually start voting until I was 2020, and I realized that, my gosh, there is such a prejudice here. I was voting for who I thought was the best candidate, and that was Donald Trump. And that still is Donald Trump. I was targeted, discriminated against, shamed and fired from one of the most powerful entertainment companies in the world. They fired me at the height of my career, and I went out to, I know, Disney. They deserve that. Thank you. Thank you. You guys have been paying attention to my story. I appreciate that. I mean, they've gone out of the way to make an example out of me, but I think by the grace of God, He's helping me make an example out of them. I'm currently suing Disney with Elon Musk's and X's backing. I have never even spoken to Mr. Musk, but this kindness he has done me and many others, I feel is something you only see in the movies. I am so grateful to him and the X platform. Without X, we truly would not know the truth of what is happening around the world and would have to rely on the corrupt media. The corrupt media, Donald Trump bent over his knee and broke their back, exposing them for who they truly work for. Worldwide, they are targeting Elon Musk and X to silence and control him over freedom of speech. That's something we pay our American governments to do. Why would a government who is busy manipulating the system and filling their pockets ever respond to the people's voice, which the people's voice has become the Republican Party? The Democrats have suffered no accountability. I will tell you my personal belief: a vote for Kamala Harris is no other than a vote for a shadow government and greedy corporations who will walk over our dead bodies and turn around and use those bodies to keep themselves in power. Just look at the 325,000 children who have gone missing. Maybe we should be keeping that body count on the news. I want to tell you, Las Vegas and Nevada, I respect you so much because I lived here. I bartended at the Wynn. I know that you're a 24-hour city. The people don't know when they're not from Nevada. They think, oh, are there schools there? And there's families here. There's patriotic families here who are the best at what they do. They're the best chefs. They're the best salespeople. They're the best real estate people. And they're the best performers. Nevada, you're going to show up, and you already have showed up, but we need to continue that on. We need, because we all saw, and we can all see how it can happen on election night. We need to make sure that we put the pressure on, we do not let up, and we make this an overwhelming majority vote for Donald Trump. I'd like to just share a couple quotes that I think are pretty, I don't know, things that I like. I'm skipping a couple pages here because I know that I think Trump's ready to come on. There's this quote that I think is very appropriate for what a lot of us in the room stand for. And I think it's from the Mr. Robot series, so let me read it for you. Some people are just born to fight, I think. It's not that they're born brave. It's not that they're born strong. It's just that the universe has decided that this one will have grit and fire and steel in their blood. And it'll be tested, this cosmic metal of theirs. They'll face trial after trial, be broken and damaged in countless ways, but this one was born to fight. Maybe it's not the life they would have chosen. Maybe they'd love to lay down their arms, but they were born to fight. It's what they know. It's what they do best. It's all they can do. I want to encourage you to never give up. Cast your vote. This is our first and most important step towards saving America. It is the healthiest act. It is the right thing to do, so we do not look back and say we didn't go through the motions of the best possible outcome. Don't get cocky. We've seen how easily votes can change in the middle of election night. Make this election overwhelmingly obvious. I truly hope this is the start of a great awakening and not a world where the puppeteers say, by 2030, you will own nothing and be happy. I'll leave you with a Bible verse that is much easier said than done, but I pray for the strength for us and for me to uphold it. Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, whom shall I send, and who will go for us? And I said, here am I. Send me.
Let's hear it for Charlie Kerr.
How we doing, Nevada? We are just 12 days away, everybody, from taking back this country, and it starts in Las Vegas, everybody. We are living through something historic right now. Tonight, you're about to hear from someone who ran for the presidency as a Democrat, the former co-chair of the DNC, Tulsi Gabbard. Can we give it up for Tulsi Gabbard? Does she not do a great job? And before I hand it off to her, I just want to say, every single day here in Nevada is going to count. When you guys vote and vote early, you are sending a message to the rest of the country. Do you guys see these early voting numbers out of Clark County? The Democrats don't know what's going on. By the way, who's voted already? Raise your hand if you voted already. But guess what? Your job's not over. Now go find 5 more people in the 12 days remaining and bring them to the polls. Go find 10 more people and bring them to the polls. We outnumber them. Our movement is bigger than ever. And it is an honor to host this tonight and to celebrate a woman that I believe is the best of America. She has served this country. She is a defector from the Democrat Party, as I like to say. They get Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. We get Bobby Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard. Do the work, chase ballots. Join me in welcoming Tulsi Gabbard, everybody.
Thank you so much. Aloha. Talopalava. Mabuhay! It is such a beautiful sight and an amazing feeling to be here to join all of you on this special night. We have people here from all different backgrounds, different races, ethnicities, places we grew up, experiences that we had, all of us coming together, united by our love of this great country. We are united by our love for each other as fellow Americans. We see each other as children of God and recognize that as we come together, we may disagree on some things, but we appreciate our fundamental God-given rights and freedoms that are enshrined in our Constitution and Bill of Rights. This is why we stand here together tonight, 12 days before the most historic and important election of our lives, united for change. There is a very clear choice in this election. I am doing all that I can to help elect President Trump because there is nothing short of our freedom and our future on the line. We've seen some of the most egregious and brazen abuses of power coming from the Harris-Biden administration than we've ever seen in our country, certainly in my lifetime. To see a person in Kamala Harris who is telling the American people that she believes in free speech, that her campaign is about freedom, and yet fundamentally she does not believe in our right to free speech. She doesn't believe in our right to gather in places like this and express ourselves. She doesn't believe in our right that is fundamental to the First Amendment to criticize our own government. We saw just recently in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene's disaster wreaked on the people of Western North Carolina and 5 other states. Those of us had some things to say on behalf of our fellow Americans about how they have been failed by our government during their most dire time of need. And if you listen to the White House, if you listen to Joe Biden and you listen to Kamala Harris, they criticized us and called us dangerous for spreading misinformation. That is what is at the core of what I view as the dangerous threat to our freedom and our democracy, because it's in dictatorships and authoritarian governments where those in power view those who criticize them as dangerous. There is no one they have targeted more than President Donald J. Trump. And there's a reason for that. Because they recognize that he doesn't bend the knee or kiss the ring in the establishment of Washington, D.C. They recognize that he brings the voices of the people of this country who are frustrated and sick and tired of being forgotten and left behind by those in power. They recognize that President Trump is the only Republican who has had the courage to stand up to the uniparty of war in Washington and state over and over his commitment for peace. This is why they're throwing everything they possibly can at him and why they see him as the greatest threat. We see how they try to silence and censor those of us who dare to criticize them, saying that we are spreading misinformation or disinformation and therefore must be censored. How can we trust a person to uphold her oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States who does not believe in the First Amendment? We can't. Exactly. How can we trust a person to uphold her oath to the Constitution who doesn't believe in the Second Amendment and our right to protect our loved ones? How do we trust someone in the presidency to uphold the rule of law when over the last 4 years Kamala Harris has allowed open borders and 20 million plus people in who their very first act was to break our laws? We cannot allow our
Thank you very much, everybody. And a very big hello, Las Vegas. We love you, Las Vegas. And hello to Nevada. I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. It's great. It's great. And I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? I don't think so. What do you think? No way. Nah, you were much better off 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and 7 years ago, and 8 years ago. This is terrible what's happening to our country. This is terrible. We have people that are grossly incompetent. We have the worst president in the history of the United States. We have the worst vice president in the history of the United States. And unlike us here tonight, we have an intelligent group of people. You have a man that doesn't need teleprompters, wasn't that nice? But in Georgia tonight, they say that Kamala has just absolutely bombed. She's bombed. It's the big story. In fact, I was gonna watch it. I didn't want to come out. I wanted to watch that first. Isn't that terrible? Then I could explain to you what happened, but I hear it was bad tonight. But it's always bad. It's always bad, but I'm here today with a message of hope for all Americans. And with your vote in this election, we will end inflation. We, all of us together, we will stop the invasion. And we will bring back the American dream, something you haven't heard about for about 4 years. Think about it. 4 years ago, we had no inflation. We were energy independent. We were strong as hell. Nobody was playing games with us. Nobody was threatening us. The Middle East wasn't fighting. Russia wasn't going into Ukraine. They never would have gone. What a shame. What a mess we are in. The world, the whole world is in a mess. And nuclear war with incompetent people looms. Don't kid yourself. We've never been so close. Our country is being crippled and destroyed by Kamala Harris and Biden, but he's like not even the president. What's going on with this guy? You know, we're supposed to be talking about the president. We're talking about the vice president who got no votes. Whether you like him or not, I'm not a big fan, as you probably know. But you know, we had a debate. He didn't do particularly well. I wouldn't say it was the greatest. It was not Winston Churchill. Do we agree? The late, great Winston Churchill, who was a great debater. This was not, but he didn't do well. But he went down, and they should have let him. I mean, he got 14 million votes. She got no votes. And now she's imploding worse than him. She's actually imploding, if you take a look. Because, look, I'm not supposed to say it, but we are leading by so much. Now we're leading by a lot in Nevada. We're leading by a lot in Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Even states that are typically never in play for 50, 60, 70 years, they seem of getting close. Sir, New Hampshire is in play. I said, oh, that's nice. Let's make a trip. Let's make a trip. But the fact is that states, other states too, big states, are all in play. And they like us, but you know what? They think she is grossly incompetent, let's face it. She is not doing well. We can't have her as president. Can't have her. We've had that for 4 years. We're not going to go another 4 years. She broke it, and I promise you I will fix it, and we'll fix it fast. With your support on November 5th, America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of incompetence, failure, and disaster, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We can do that. It's not too late. It's not too late. A couple of years like this, it will be too late. You'll never put it together again. After all the catastrophes that she has caused, Kamala Harris can't say one thing that she'd do differently. Did you see that the other night? Would you name one thing? How about 20? Would you name like 25, 30? But I'm asking you to be excited about the future of our country again. You're going to be excited. Because this will be America's new golden age. It's going to be the golden age of America. You watch. You watch. And we're off to a little bit of a bad start because we're starting around the minus 30-yard line. But we'll catch up fast. We'll clean up our country. We'll get the criminals the hell out of here that are pouring in. Right? Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands because we can't go any longer. We're taking it right up to the edge. Nevada, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. She's the worst vice president. She's grossly incompetent. Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. Fired. Fired. Get out. Get the hell out of here. We gotta fix our country. We gotta fix up our country. It's a nation in decline, Kamala. Get the hell out of here. The polls are open for early voting in Nevada every day from now to November 1st. So get your husband. Hank, get the hell out of the couch, Hank. Get up, get that big fat ass of yours. We're gonna go and vote for the president. We're gonna turn our country around, Hank. Come on, let's go, Hank. Right? So get out, vote Republican up and down the ballot. We're gonna do a real job. With your help, 12 days from now, 12 days. We've been waiting for 4 years. Now think of it, we did great in 2016. I hate to tell you, we did much better, like millions and millions of votes better. But you know what, now, what we do is gonna be bigger. This will be the biggest political event in the history of our country if we win. With your help, 12 days from now, we are going to win Nevada, we are going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we are going to make America great again. Right? Thank you. What spirit? What spirit? It's like a pent-up, isn't it? It's like pent-up spirit. That's crazy. It's like a boiler waiting to explode. You've been waiting for this so long. Get out and vote. We can't take any chances. Got to get out and vote. That's why they say, don't say how well we're doing, sir. Please, please. We got to get If you say how well, they'll say, oh, we don't have to vote. The president, and then they throw a couple of more votes in there, right? No, we can't let that happen. No, you have to get out and vote. If Kamala gets 4 more years, she will obliterate our economy, kill millions of jobs, kill thousands of people too, by the way, and destroy your family finances, probably forever. Kamala's inflation has already cost the typical family over $30,000 in higher prices. They all talk, everybody I speak to, they talk about groceries. You know, such a basic term, groceries. the groceries, they mean every single item of grocery, because your foods have gone up 50, 60, 70%, much more than the fake news tells you. Look at the, oh, that's a lot of fake news. Man, that is a lot of fake news. I don't believe it. Wow. You know, they sort of have a death wish because they don't want to follow me, but they have to because those ratings. Ultimately, it's ratings first for them. Country about fifth. I'd say country is about fifth or sixth, right? The great Vivek. Stand up, Vivek. We have Marco Rubio. We have everybody. Marco. We have Marco. We went to a Latino restaurant. They saw Marco. They went crazy. And now she wants to raise taxes on the typical Las Vegas family by an average of $5,000 a year. The only one I've ever known campaigning and raising taxes. Take a look at the video, please.
To get rid of that tax bill, calling for a full repeal of President Trump's tax cuts. If Kamala Harris was elected president, there are many different tax policies which could cripple the economy, but the first thing she wants to do is allow these Trump tax cuts to expire.
Even the New York Times admits that 85% of the middle class got a tax cut.
Americans will face a hike. The Tax Foundation finding that a couple with 2 kids making $165,000 a year would have to pay over $2,400 more in taxes.
And on day one, I will repeal that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to work to get rid of that tax cut. Joe and I are about to get rid of that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to get rid of that tax cut.
Everything from a 70 to 80% tax rate. I think that's fantastic. We've got to increase the corporate tax rate. Part of that is going to be about repealing that tax bill that they just passed. And also looking at state taxes are going to have to go up.
We will tax capital gains.
But we're going to have to raise corporate taxes.
Taxing unrealized gains just doesn't seem fair in any sense of the word.
Well, the value of your home goes up. You pay higher taxes even if you don't sell your home.
Your value of your home never moves the way the stock moves to say, we're going to tax what you don't have. That's a sore point, and it's a big deal. Is that something you think she firmly believes in?
I think it's part of the proposals of the campaign.
Under my plan, there will also be a carbon fee. There has to be some connection between the fee and bad behaviors, and there has to be, in that we have to monitor whether it's going to be passed on to consumers. But I'm going to tell you that should never be the reason not to actually put a fee, and in particular, a carbon fee.
And that's just the beginning with her. Think of it, she wants to tax, think of what this means. She wants to tax unrealized gains. In other words, you don't know if you have a gain or not. Like Danica over here, she makes a fortune. She makes so much money. I wonder if she would mind paying unrealized, because someday you may have a gain. Let's tax it. I don't know. Danica, Patrick, great. I've been a fan of yours so long. So talented. And so beautiful, but I'm not allowed to say that as a politician, so I will withdraw that statement. You know, today, if you say somebody's beautiful, it's the end of your political career. I don't think so. Thank you very much, Danica. But this is the only woman or man, this is the only person I've ever seen that's campaigning on tax hikes. She's going to raise your taxes maybe 70%, maybe 80%. All my life, I grew up in this stuff, and I'd watch the politicians, and they were, we will cut your taxes. I say it because it's true. I'm going to cut your taxes. I gave you the biggest tax cut in the history of our country and the biggest regulation cuts in the history, and we're going to cut them further. That's more like a good politician, but it's also somebody that knows how it has to work. We need that. The people don't have the money. We're going to get your interest rates down, too, by the way. Kamala also launched a war on tip workers and service workers here in Nevada, increasing the so-called tip. You know, she wants to, when I said no tax on tips, remember? A month later, she comes out, and we will have no tax on tips. She never said that. And she's never said it again. You're not going to get it. We're going to have no tax on tips. She wanted to increase and did increase the so-called tip allocation tax rate by 60%. She raised your tax, and then she's supposed to say, no, no tax on tips. In other words, even after Kamala wrecked your economy with inflation, she came after you with tip income, like sort of like a vulture would do. If she gets 4 more years, Kamala Harris will pick your pocket spare. By contrast, I will massively cut taxes for workers, and in particular, we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. All three are very good for this room. Which is the most? Let's do a poll, free poll. I won't have to pay $700,000. Which do you like more? Ready? We'll go tips, overtime, Social Security. Which is the way? Which is the, because you guys, I mean, you sort of have them in this state, you have them all. Tips is great, but overtime is great too. Ready? Vote for one. You can only, let's assume you can only have one, which you can't. You're going to get all three. What do you like best? Free poll for Trump. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. What is that? Okay. No tax on Social Security benefits for the seniors. That's amazing. See, the seniors always win. They always win. Under the Trump administration, we're going to build an economy that lifts up all Americans, including African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and also members of our great Asian American and Pacific Islander community, many of whom are here today, especially so many amazing Nevada Filipinos, right? I have to be honest, so what happened? I came in and I saw so many people. I said, where the hell? They had the most beautiful, they had the most beautiful clothing, such bright colors. I said, where the hell do all these people come from? And when they told me, that's why I put that little paragraph in there. I said, it's great. You are the greatest people, hardworking people, and we're gonna take care of you. We're gonna take care of you. You're gonna take care of us. No, you're great. No, what spirit, what great spirit. It's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Beautiful clothing, the colors. I want to wear colors like that. How would it be if I walked into the Oval Office with some of those colors I saw tonight? I don't know, maybe. For me, I don't think it works. But we're pleased to be joined by an incredible leader from the Asian American Pacific community, a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve and a former congresswoman and Democratic presidential candidate, and you just heard her, and she is great, and she is so popular. You know, I always say she's a woman of common sense. I've watched her for a long time. Of course, not that long because she's quite young, but I've watched her for a long time, and I've always loved her saying she doesn't want to go to war with countries that nobody ever heard of, that don't want war. Tulsi Gabbard, she's great. Thank you. Great job, Tulsi. Great job, Tulsi. Thank you. She's terrific. And we have, don't forget, Bobby Kennedy is going to straighten out our health. He's going to straighten out our health and all of that stuff. And I don't know if I'm going to have him working too much on the environment. I'm a little concerned about that with Bobby. I don't know if I want him playing around with our with our liquid gold under our feet, you know, I gotta say. Bobby, work on health. He's great. Because, you know, I like the liquid gold, I think, more than his oil and gas. I think I like that a little bit more than Bobby. But he'll have an impact. No, he's so popular. We introduced him last night. Place went crazy. Went crazy with Tulsi, too. And Tucker Carlson was here last night. He was very popular, really popular. We had a great time last night, but we had about 20,000. Today we have 29,000 people, and we have 29,000 outside to fill the place up twice. We broke the record in this place. It's a nice place, by the way, quite nice. But we have a bigger number of people outside. If anybody would like to give up your seat, please raise your hand. We have a big number of people outside. It's a great honor. You know what? This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country, probably in the history of the world. It's called MAGA. It's called Make America Great Again. It's very simple. When Sleepy Joe Biden, remember a year ago, he was with the pink wall and it looked like the devil, and he was saying, "We will stop MAGA, we will stop." He didn't know what the hell he was. "We will stop MAGA." And we sent him a note. MAGA means Make America Great Again, Joe. We will stop making America great again. It's crazy. These people are crazy. To further defeat inflation and bring back our economy, I will terminate Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate. And we will immediately end one of the greatest scams in the history of our country, designed by a person that never even studied anything about the environment, AOC +3. You know AOC? Did you ever take a course on the environment? No. No, I didn't. But she said the planet will be dead within 12 years. We got to be careful. We got to be careful. You know why we got to be careful? Because with the environment, don't worry, it's going to be just fine. If we don't have smart people in the White House, it'll be dead for another reason, nuclear weapons, and we can't let that happen. We can't let that happen. Because I know the power. I rebuilt our entire military. I know the power of the nuclear. And we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let stupid people negotiate for us. And the mandate, the electric, and by the way, electric cars are great. Elon Musk endorsed us. He endorsed us, gave us the great. You know where he is right now? He's in Pennsylvania campaigning because he thinks this is the most important election in the history of our country. And he's great. And they are great. They're great, but for a certain group of people. But we want to have gasoline-propelled cars. We want to have hybrids, which are good. Hybrids are good, combination of both. We want to have everything. Hydrogen, I don't know about it. I think Danica would know about hydrogen. Hydrogen cars, Danica, they say they're really good, except there's one problem. When there's a mishap, when it explodes a little bit, they cannot even recognize you. So we never want to do that. That's too much. Hydrogen cars, I think we'll take a pass on hydrogen. Sir, your wife was in a little accident. Oh, what kind of a car? Hydrogen. Where is she? We don't know. She's gone. She's gone, sir. She's gone. Oh, my wife. I want to see my wife again. Hydrogen, no. I think we'll pass. They said they've gotten it much better. That's not good enough. But we will quickly become energy independent again. We were energy independent 4 years ago. And we will frack, 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 and drill, baby, drill. Right? We're gonna drill. And I'm going to cut your energy bill in half within, think of this, within 12 months. 50% you're going to have it down. And the reason we can do it is we got that liquid gold. We don't know what to do with it. We have so much. We don't use it. And you know what? When that comes down, because that's what led it up, that and their stupid spending. But the energy is what led it up. They're paying a fortune for energy. We have it under the ground. We're going to use our energy. Your energy bills from January 20th, when we take office, will be down 50% within 12 months, and everything else will follow. To make housing more affordable, we will open up portions of federal land, which is what you've wanted here so badly. And your governor's doing a good job, by the way. We thank him very much, Joe Labardo. Doing a very good job. For large-scale housing construction in those zones, we'll have ultra-low taxes, regulations to bring back jobs and factories from foreign lands. We have our jobs going to foreign lands. But I killed the big auto plant in Mexico, right? You know that. They were building the biggest auto plant in the world. You know what happened? I said, if you build it, you're going to pay a 200% tariff, meaning you're not going to be able to sell any cars into the United States. And by doing that, I saved Michigan. I helped South Carolina a lot, but I saved Detroit because they've been decimated so badly over the years, over the decades. They've been devastated. We're going to bring the auto industry back into our country through smart taxation and tariffs and incentives. And we're going to have every car company that wants to sell cars in this country, they're going to be making them in our country. Interest rate deduction. You buy a car, the interest rate deduction that I am going to get you is only going to pertain if the car is made in America. If it's made someplace else, forget it. Got to be made in America. I mean, how smart is that? How simple is that? I probably just tripled their production in Detroit. And by the way, we're leading in Michigan by a lot. We're leading in Wisconsin by a lot. We're leading in Pennsylvania by a lot. But I'm not supposed to say that. Just forget it. Pretend it's close. Everybody has to. No, they're afraid that if you hear that, they're not going to vote. I said, well, it's a double-edged sword. You know, if we're leading by a lot, they won't think about cheating as much as if we're just leading by a little bit, because we got to stop. We got to make these elections honorable and honest, or we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Starting in January, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the best and biggest market anywhere on the planet, but only if they make their products here in America and hire American workers. Otherwise, they pay just like everybody else. And I say the most beautiful word in the entire dictionary of words is the word tariff. I love tariff. I can make anybody do anything through the use of tariffs. I can keep people out of war. I can keep us out of war. The word tariff is the most beautiful. I think I'll do this just so I don't get myself in trouble. I'm going to say the third most beautiful. Love and religion. And then the word tariff. Then the word tariff. I better do that, right, Vivek? I think I better say love is the most, and religion, they're the number 1, 2. You can switch them back and forth any way you want. This way I've just protected myself. But the third most beautiful word is the word tariff. You know, it really did. Tariffs needed a press agent because all these crooked politicians, they didn't like it. You know, they're all taken care of by foreign countries. They don't like tariffs. But we're doing the tariffs, and we're going to, you know, I charged China. China was charged by me hundreds of billions of dollars over the last few years that we were in the administration. In fact, Biden hasn't been able to get rid of them because they make so much damn money, they can't justify getting rid of them. He'd love to, because they paid him a lot of money, China. They've given him a lot of money. He'd love to be able to reciprocate, right? But no, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars in China tariffs and other tariffs too. And you can we stay out of wars. I've been, as an example, 2 countries fighting each other for like 1,000 years. They're always fighting back, and you probably know, I don't want to get involved, but you know the countries back and forth. And I got tired of it. I called them both. I said, here's the story. You guys have been fighting each other for thousands of years. Stop already. Are you ready to hear? 200% tariffs I'm going to put on each of your countries if you fight. And if you don't fight, you don't have the tariffs. But if you fight, now these are people that kill a lot of people. They kill each other for years and years and decades and centuries. I said, if you keep this up, I'm charging you 200% tariffs to do business in the United States. And I want to know immediately. Call me tomorrow. They call me up. Sir, we have decided not to go into war. I saved a lot of lives. Just... And you know, it had nothing to do with me, but I'd rather see people not get killed, okay? And you know what, sadly, zero chance that Putin would have gone into Ukraine if I were president. Zero chance. What a shame that is. All of the death, and it's far greater than you hear about. When they knock down those buildings that are 3 blocks long and 20 stories high, and they say one person was slightly injured. The death in that whole thing is just crazy. And I'm going to work on that from the day, hopefully, the day that we win, which is November 5th, in the evening, on the evening of November 5th. I will call Putin, I will call Zelensky. I said, we got to stop it. I'm going to try and get it done as president-elect. As president-elect. That'll give me plenty of credibility. I don't have to wait till January 20th. I'm going to try and get it done sooner than that. It's horrible. The people that are being killed. And October 7th would have never happened with Israel. All those people would never have been killed. Iran was broke. They would not have been able to do it. They weren't giving money to Hezbollah. They weren't giving money to Hamas. They didn't have money. They didn't have money. And I was looking to help them. You know, we did a thing called the Abraham Accords, and anybody else would have been given the Nobel Prize. Me, they gave Obama the Nobel Prize. He didn't even know why the hell he got it, right, Obama? He still doesn't. He got elected and they announced he's getting the Nobel Prize. I got elected in a much bigger, better, crazier election. But they gave him the Nobel Prize. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nobel Prize will be won by Barack Hussein Obama. Right? Barack Hussein Obama got the Nobel Prize. He didn't even know what. He actually asked, why did I get it? Does anybody know? Right at the beginning. The early seconds of his administration. And he didn't do a good job either. He brought a lot of division and a lot of hatred. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a tariff when they send their products into the United States for the privilege of competing with our workers and our cherished and now protected companies. We're going to protect these companies that are going to come in by the thousands, and then we're going to protect them. Nobody's going to steal their product, their people, or their company. We're going to protect them through the intelligent use of tariffs. And as you probably heard, this big plant that everyone's talking about that's being built by China in Mexico right along the border, I said, if they build that plant and if I win, I'm going to put a 200% tariff on every car and they're not going to be able to sell a car. And you know what happened? They announced last week they're not building the plant because of Trump. I saved Michigan, I saved Detroit. They're not building. It's the biggest plant in the world, biggest auto plant in the world. And they announced they're not going to build now. They say, that guy's crazy. And we will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act if China or any other country, it's not just China, charges us a 100 or 200% tax or tariff, then we will charge them an identical 100 or 200% tax or tariff. Here's the story. They charge us, we charge them. You know what's going to happen? They're not going to charge us. Very simple. It's called an eye for an eye. I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our families. And I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. And we're rapidly losing that title. Under Kamala's economy, millions of Americans are suffering because of inflation. And those seniors that are going to get that beautiful gift, the one of three, on Social Security. They've been hurt so badly because most seniors, well, I'm a senior. Can you believe it? I'm a senior. I don't feel it. They'll say, he has a conflict of interest by proposing that. Oh, they'll say anything. I have a conflict of interest. I'm a senior and I'm proposing some great benefit for the seniors. He's giving it to what? They'll come up with something, those people. But the seniors have been hurt so bad by inflation that they're entitled. They are entitled to what we're getting them in terms of a tax reduction and in terms of getting them some extra, because they were devastated. You know, if you look at inflation, I think it's up 60, 70. They like to say it's 22, 23. It's not. They don't include the bad ones. But it's way up, and they're on a fixed income. They're entitled to what we're going to get them on Social Security. They really are. But I'm still amazed that they won. I've never done that with, that they won my little poll. That little poll, those seniors never lose. They just know how to win. But we're losing our jobs, and they can't afford housing or groceries or a car, and yet Kamala is importing millions and millions of illegals across our borders, letting them come in, open borders. They come in, we have no idea who they are, where they come from. They come from parts unknown. They come from parts unknown, giving them taxpayer benefits at your expense. They say, come to America, we'll give you health care. Try going into a hospital now. Try going into a hospital. Go to Springfield, Ohio. Try getting into the hospital. They have this beautiful community of 52,000 people. And they just sent 30,000 people into Springfield, Ohio that don't speak English. You used to be sick, you'd go into a hospital. Now you're sick and they say, we can't take you. Every hospital is packed, every school is packed. The schools are packed with students that don't even speak English. You know what they're looking for now? Interpreters, hundreds of interpreters. Can you believe it? Because the mayor is a very nice man, and he wants to help. And instead of saying, I'm sorry, you cannot be here, you have to go back where you came from, you have to, he said, we want to get interpreters. He's trying to be nice. That's not the way to be. And then you look at Aurora in California. Take a look at Aurora in Colorado, where people have better guns, more advanced than most militaries. They're called Supreme guns. They're Supreme. They're the Supreme version. They come out of Venezuela or in other countries and they take over real estate by gunpoint. In other words, like me, they're in the real estate business. Isn't that nice? But they don't borrow money to do it. They don't put up their own money. They just walk in and start collecting the rents. It's out of control. The governor is petrified. He's petrified. He's a radical left Democrat. And I'll tell you, Colorado's so angry because even Democrats leading, think of that though. I'm leading everybody, Democrat, Republican, and that guy tried to take me off the ballot. We're gonna win the state of Colorado. We gotta win Colorado just to send a message. So Colorado, if you're watching, let's send a message back home. They cannot play with our Constitution. You're witnessing the economic oppression of Americans to reward and enrich illegal aliens. But all that stops 2 weeks from now. Think of it, 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks. For 4 straight years, Kamala Harris has imported an army of illegal alien gang members and migrant criminals from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions all over the world, from Venezuela to the Congo in Africa, and she's resettled them into a community near you. Isn't that lovely? And really did it, and they will prey on innocent Americans that have no idea what we're getting into. When we win on November 5th, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. And one of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has allowed to come into our country through her stupid and ridiculous open borders policy is the savage Venezuelan prison gang. Isn't that nice? A bunch of guys got together in prison. It's named Tren de Aragua and is taking over all sorts of real estate and apartment complexes and unleashing a violent terror spree all over America, including Times Square in New York. Take a look.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis, record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America. It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about.
San Antonio, Texas, just one of the latest cities to have apartment complexes taken over by members of the Venezuelan gang.
Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented cross the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details in the murder of Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
He was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
If they'd all been properly vetted, that probably wouldn't have happened.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder and the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Martinez and unheld wrapped his arms around Jocelyn's neck, took off her pants, and climbed on top of her. Later strangled Jocelyn to death and then tied up her hands and feet.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
The men threatened to cut off her fingers if she did not cooperate. Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
A Peruvian gang leader who is wanted for 23 murders, who was arrested by Border Patrol near Roma, Texas, then released into America.
And you know, Border Patrol, last week they endorsed me. They gave me a full, complete, and unanimous endorsement. And they have every year since I've been involved in politics, every single year, but they're incredible people. But it wasn't the endorsement, it was what they said about her. They said she's the absolute worst thing that could happen to our country. And it's hard for them to say that. It's hard for them to say that. But they meant it. The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. We're going to get them out. We're going to get them out. Under Kamala Harris, 13,099, and this comes right from Border Patrol. And they never did this before. They never gave out these numbers, but they did now because they see it as so serious. 13,099 illegal alien convicted murderers. These are people in penitentiaries and jails, prisons, all over the world, are now on the loose in the United States of America. This summer, an illegal alien from El Salvador was arrested in West Virginia after going on a violent rampage in which he brutally beat a couple with a baseball bat so hard that the police said they've never seen anything like it. Repeatedly over and over again, then stabbed a man and then murdered a West Virginia mother of two and lit the body on fire in a field. Kamala Harris released him into custody even though he was convicted of murder and a convicted sex offender. And this is a violent person who hit again numerous times. And under her theory, it's just fine. He could do whatever he wants. No, we can't do this anymore. Would anybody, I just happen to have it, and this is, has anybody heard the snake before? Would you like to hear the snake again? You sure? Because it's a nice evening. We have not, is there any place better than being at a Trump rally, the biggest rally, the greatest movement. All right, we'll do the snake, yes? So this is a little play on words, not her kind of words, word salad. I don't like the term, but it's sort of true. It's terrible. I don't know what's going on in her mind. This is the snake, and this is really about illegal immigration and people that come into our countries that are murderers, killers, drug dealers, gang members, prisoners of the worst sort from all over the world. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, she cried, I'll take you in and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken had been survived. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, cried the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, thank you, ma'am, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. Huh? And that's what we're doing. That was pretty good. That ended up perfectly. I could have done that 100 times and that wouldn't have happened. You know, that really is just what's happening now. We're letting people in from prisons and we're letting them in from mental institutions. It's the snake. It's going to bite us like nobody's ever been bitten before. You know, in 2019, I don't even believe these in 2018, but 2019, Border Patrol put down 0 during my term, 4 years. 2019, 0 terrorists allowed into our country. We had it down, the drugs, the whole thing, human trafficking, mostly in women. You know, the human trafficking is mostly in women. But, you know, we're missing, think of this, 325,000 children are missing. They're gone. Never to be seen probably again. They're either sex slaves, or they're dead. Their parents will never see them again. They're missing. They come through the southern border. Think if I did that, think if a Republican did that, what it would be. And the fake news back there never talks about it. They won't talk about it. But they have down that in 2019, 0 terrorists were allowed into our country. Now I think they're probably wrong, but because there must be some. And then the next year they have down as 11, and we captured all 11 and took them the hell out of here. But think of this, now we have thousands of terrorists coming into our country, unvetted and unchecked. We can't do this, we can't do this. So the snake is a very interesting old song that was played that I played around with, made it a little bit more apropos, but it's really true, the snake. It's take me in, O vicious woman, and it's really something. So she dies, we're gonna die, we're gonna have a lot of death because these people are just getting used to their surroundings. You know, they're getting used to it. This just started. When I say just started 3 years ago at a level that nobody's ever seen before. We have to have a safe country. We can't have a safe country when half of the worst terrorists in the world are let free into our country. And we're going to do something about it. And we're going to deport all of them, get them the hell out of here. Nothing good can happen. Nothing good is going to happen. And anybody that can be so stupid as to think that that's a good thing. And there's only 3 reasons it can be. They're stupid, which they're not, because anybody that can cheat at elections that well, they're not stupid. They hate our country, or they're trying to get those people to sign up and vote. And all 3 of them are not good. Immediately upon taking the oath of office, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. I will rescue every town across America that has been invaded and conquered. And we will put, and that's true, think of the words, towns that have been invaded and conquered. They've been conquered. They've been conquered. And a lot of, it's not everybody's Aurora where they're talking about it. We have many towns that are in the same position and worse, but they don't want to talk about it. It's out of control. And we have a lot of towns that haven't yet been infected, but they're petrified that they will be, and they will be. And we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of the country so fast. To expedite removal of Trende, Aragua, and MS-13 gang members, the worst in the world. MS-13, you know about that. They come from South America, and they love knives. And they kill people with knives because it's more deadly than bullets. 2 young girls in Long Island walking down the street. A lot of them in Long Island, we got rid of almost all of them, but now they're coming back under this stupid, ridiculous group of people that we have in Washington. 2 beautiful 16-year-old girls are walking to school. MS-13 gang, during the early morning, grabbed them and sliced them up with a knife. They didn't want to use the bullet because it's too fast. And they sliced them up, both died. And we did numbers on those guys like you wouldn't believe. Nobody else would have done it. Nobody else would have done it. You have some people that think they should be protected. These are animals, and we have to deal with them accordingly, or we're not going to have a country left. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Think of that. Think of how far back. Think of how far back we have to go, because we have weak politicians that don't deal with these problems correctly. Like I did in Washington when they started ripping down our statues. They didn't get there. But I found an old act from the early 1900s that said, if you touch one of our beautiful monuments of Lincoln, Washington, any one of them, you get automatically 10 years in jail. And they were going a little wild. Do you remember? They were going a little bit wild. They were a little out of control. They had ropes around General Jackson. They had ropes around Abraham Lincoln. When they put the rope around Lincoln, I said, all right, let's go. Let's go. That's a step too far. Would have been everybody. And they didn't care one way or the other. They're mostly just troublemakers. They didn't know. They didn't even know it was Lincoln, frankly. But I enacted the act, and I had a little news conference. I said, from this moment forward, anybody that so much as touches one of our beautiful Washington monuments goes to jail for 10 years with no parole, no nothing. And it was a beautiful sight, because I looked out of the White House window and I saw thousands of people from the back. I watched all of those asses walking away from Washington, and they were gone. And we never heard from them again. It's an amazing thing. We never heard from them again, and that was the end of that. But we have to be strong. So I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target the migrant criminal network, and it is a bad one, operating on American soil. We will target them. We will hit them so hard. If you don't, you're not going to survive. This is an army. This is an army that they allowed into our country, an army. And if they come back into our country after being thrown out, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or law enforcement officer. We have no choice. We have no choice because it's not sustainable by any country. It's not sustainable. I will end catch and release. I will end all migrant flights. Think of, I had a deal with Mexico. You think this was easy? Remain in Mexico. Nobody was allowed into our country. In Tijuana, this was the fastest growing city in the world. They had hundreds of thousands of people. They couldn't come into our country. I said, one person steps foot into our country without our approval. In other words, before we check them out, one person, we're going to put 100 and 200% tariffs on everything. And they said, sir, whatever you'd like. We would love to keep them. We would love to keep 500,000 people in Tijuana. And I will outlaw sanctuary cities immediately, and we will ban all welfare and federal benefits for illegal. We are running against the most radical and most incompetent, most unfit vice president in the history of our country. No one respects her. No one trusts her. You know, President Xi of China, they asked me, he's a friend of mine. I thought, we were actually very close, but frankly, COVID, or as I call it, the China virus, was a step too far. But we had a very good relationship. Putin, all of them, I know all of them very well. No one takes her seriously. Somebody said, what kind of a man is President Xi of China? I said, he's a fierce man. There's nobody in Hollywood that could play the role of him. He's a fierce person. And she will be just, she'll be gobbled up. They are looking so forward to this. But we're not going to let it happen because we're killing them right now. We're beating them so badly, and we're going to keep it going. Just get out and vote. Just get out and vote. Don't take any chances. Don't take any chances. Get out and vote. But we're not only running against Kamala. She's really purely a vessel. When you watch her, she's only a vessel, and he's only a vessel, too. He was perfect for them. He didn't know where the hell he was. We're running against something far bigger than them, far more powerful than her, which is a massive, vicious, crooked, radical left machine that runs today's Democrat Party. That's what we're running against. We're not running against her. She's got nothing to say. I know every player. But this is who we're really fighting. These are the people who are doing such tremendous harm to our country. With their open borders, record-setting inflation, Green New Scam deals, and everything else they're doing to our country. But we are not going to let it happen any longer. We are going to have the biggest victory in the history of our country on November 5th. And we are going to, very simply, make America great again. We're going to make it great again. Kamala Harris does not have the compassion, the intelligence, or the strength the presidency needs. I know what it needs. You meet some people. Among the worst that you're going to meet, though, are in our country. I call it the enemy from within. She can't do the job. She can't put two sentences together. She's an international joke. Every country is joking about how stupid our leadership is, from Biden to Kamala. They're a joke all over the world. She's going to end up getting us into World War III, just like he would if he stayed any longer. And on top of it all, she says she would not do one thing differently from crooked Joe Biden, which in itself is totally disqualifying. Take a look at this.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the
U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
Two men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder and the death of Jocelyn Langaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking two New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition.
U.S. inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
Authorities saying Train de Aragua, which has been linked with more than 100 criminal investigations here in the U.S., has now been found operating as criminal enterprise in apartment complexes.
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
And then last night I watched and I just said, just cut out any part of it. You could cut anything you want. Just put it in. When you see this, go ahead, please.
Is there something you can point to in your life, political life, or in your life in the last 4 years that you think is a mistake that you have learned from?
I mean, I've made many mistakes. And they range from, you know, if you've ever parented a child, you know, you make lots of mistakes too. In my role as vice president, I mean, I've probably worked very hard at making sure that I am well versed on issues, and I think that was very important. It's a mistake not to be well versed on an issue and feel compelled to answer a question.
So Nevada, if you want to end this disaster that we're going through, it's not even believable. You know, these foreign leaders are very, very streetwise, very smart people, and they're looking at what's going on in our country, and they really don't want me, but in a certain way they do want me, because the whole world, like Viktor Orban said, put Trump back in it, it'll all stop. We had no wars, we had nothing. They couldn't play games with us. They couldn't play games. So you must get out and vote. And you also have to fire your radical left senator, Jackie Rosen, who voted repeatedly for rampant inflation and open borders. And you have to elect a man who, by the way, has given up more to run for the United States Senate than any man in the history of the United States Senate, Sam Brown. Sam, where are you, sir? And you're doing very well, Sam. That man is a hero, and he has given up so much, and he deserves it. And she's another laughing stock back. She just votes 100% with whoever she's supposed to vote with. She's no good. She's no good for you. She's no good for this area of the world. Bad senator, not respected. We have somebody that's a very respected senator. Is Senator Marco Rubio here? Where is Senator Marco Rubio? Where is he? He's around here someplace, because we love him. There he is. Marco, thank you, Marco. Good man. We have Vivek Ramaswamy. By the way, this guy has a hell of a mouthpiece. Do you want to hear him for about 2 minutes? Can you keep it down to 2 minutes? Come on, let's go. Get up here, Vivek. What a mouthpiece on him, oh boy. He's like a machine gun. Come on up here, Vivek. All right, now he's a great guy, great future. Please.
I want you to give it up for the greatest president of the 21st century, standing right here, Donald J. Trump. We had a secure border, a growing economy. People were living prosperous lives with crime going down in this country. We were on the brink of war with North Korea. What happened? We had no major conflicts around the world when this man was our commander-in-chief. But I'll tell you this, as great as those 4 years were, the best we've had in my lifetime of any president who's led us, as great as 2016 to 2020 was, I promise you this, that second Trump term is going to be even greater. And by the time Donald Trump is leaving the White House, those signs you're holding aren't going to say, "Make America Great Again." We're just going to say, "Make America Greater." MAGA becomes MAG by the time he's done, and let's send him back to the White House. That's how we're going to save our country. President Trump, thank you for everything you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivek. 2.5 years ago, I saw him on a show. I think it was Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, you're on Deface the Nation. Deface. And he was talking, and I said, "Who the hell is that guy?" And he did damn well. He did damn well. He ran, and he was incredible. And he's got a big future in this party, and we appreciate it, Vivek. So I alluded a little bit to her before, but a true racing legend, somebody that I've had a lot of respect for. She is really something special. She is a very talented person, and now she's doing incredibly since leaving racing. She probably still will always be a little bit in racing, but she's an incredible success story. Danica Patrick. Thank you, Danica. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you, Danica. Sean Merriman, the great football player. I look at this guy. Where is he? Where is that guy? I said, I don't want to get into a fight with him. Thank you very much, Sean. He looks like he could play right now. Cash Patel, where's Cash? Thank you, Cash. Thank you, Cash. Nevada GOP Chair Michael McDonald. Thank you, Michael. How are we doing, Michael? Good? Yeah, we're hearing good things. National Committee Woman Sigal Chattah. Thank you, Sigal. Beautiful family, by the way. Beautiful family. Thank you. And a special guy. He's incredible. Turning Point's Charlie Kirk and all of those people that came with him. He's special. He is a special talent. And he's out there fighting. He's out fighting for those registrations and the votes and making sure everything's honest. He's out there with a big army, and he's got all these very beautiful young people. He likes young people, and they are powerful. People have no idea how many young people there are that are conservatives in this country. People have no idea. An actress and an incredible fighter. I will not mess with her. Gina Carano. Thank you, Gina. Thank you. She's great. And a friend of mine, UFC champion, a man who you don't want to mess around with. He grew up in the streets of Miami at a young age, 9, and he was tougher than everybody else. He was tougher. And some rich guy from Miami saw this guy beating up everybody. He was 9 years old. At 12, they put him into a gym, and it continued. He beat the hell out of everyone. Danica, this is somebody you don't want to fight with. And then he became one of the best fighters in the world in the UFC with Dana White. Dana White's one of the great fighters too, I'll tell you, Dana White. And this man has, I believe, still like 3 seconds, the quickest knockout in the, and I was there for that fight. I think it was like 2.5 or 3 seconds. He pretended he was like bored. The bell's getting, he's like this. It's just like, you know, I said, what's wrong with him? And then he was like a flash, boom. And he runs across the ring and jumped through the air, and he hit the guy in the face with his knee. The whole thing was, he was out. And it's the fastest knockout in the history of the UFC. Jorge Masvidal, where is he? Where is he? This guy. I'm not gonna fight him. I refuse to fight him. He's mean. And he's stone cold mean. But to me, he's nice. To me, he's nice. He's great. Thank you very much. And he's helped us so much with the Hispanic vote. I won Miami. Can you believe it? No Republican wins Miami. I won Miami because they love that guy, right? He's a great fighter, a great champion. So here are the final facts in conclusion on Kamala Harris. She's a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas herself. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police movement. And anybody who wants to defund the police for even 1 week is not worthy of being president of the United States. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. She vowed repeatedly to ban fracking. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as non-violent crimes. She pledged to confiscate everybody's gun. Anybody that has a gun, your gun will be she made this pledge. This is where she is, by the way. People don't change. Confiscate your gun, endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention. Think of that. You're an illegal alien and you're in detention and you call for a sex change operation and she feels you have an obligation to do it. This is not going to be the president of our country. All a taxpayer expense. And then, as you probably saw a few days ago, we had a little interesting visit to McDonald's, right? That turned out to be a big deal. I got a call from a great guy, the head of Google. He said, this is one of the hottest things. We have never seen anything like this. That was a big deal. That was a big deal. It was crazy. But you know why I did that? I went there you never know how something's going to turn out, right? You know, you go, I say, oh, I don't know, should we be doing this? This is a little hokey, should we? But I did it to just highlight the fact that for years, she said, I worked at McDonald's. I was over the French fry bin. I made French fries. The heat was so incredible, I had to do it. There was only one problem. She never worked at McDonald's. It was a lie. So I ended up going there for about 15 minutes, and it became I'll tell you what, we had 29,000 people surrounding it. We weren't sure if we were going to even be able to get out. We didn't know. That was quite the visit. But that was to highlight the fact. So I was there, let's say, for 15 minutes. That means I worked at McDonald's for 15 minutes more than Kamala. But you know what it shows? That she's a liar. And she's still saying, yeah, I sort of worked there, but now, you know, everyone's gone. McDonald's tends to keep good records. We said, let's see your tax records. She didn't have any. Let's see anything. Give us anything. They had nobody. Then we went to the manager. He's been there a long time. No, she never worked here. She's a liar. And on top of all this, Kamala turned and wants to turn our military woke. Take a look at this. Take a look at this.
You little scumbag! I got your name! I got your ass! You will not laugh! You will not cry! You will learn by the numbers!
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month, and actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer! Sir, yes, sir! Let me see your war face! Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's a war face! Now let me see your war face! Ah! Bullshit! You didn't convince me! Let me see your real war face! Ah! You will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death, praying for war. But until that day, you are huge. You are the lowest form of life on earth. You are not even human fucking being. You are nothing but unorganized, grab-asking pieces of amphibian shit.
Abracadabra, these bitches know I got answers the way I
There must be like that part you ran down and cracked your mama's ass and ended up as a brown stain on the mattress. I love working for Uncle Sam. I love working for Uncle Sam. Let me know just who I am. Let me know just who I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps.
Now we're a little different, but you know what the truth is? We defeated ISIS 100% in record time. We have a great military. It's only those stiffs at top like Milley and Mattis and these characters that are on television. They're a bunch of stiffs. Kelly, real stiffs. But we have great generals. We defeated ISIS in record time. They thought it was going to take 5 years. When I came in, we did it in a matter of weeks. So, like you fight, Jorge, just like you fight. That's the way we fight. And those guys are never going woke. You could put them in a woke cage for 2 years and open the door and they'll come out fighting. They'll come out. Our military is great. And they proved that with ISIS. Once they had somebody that knew what they were doing, they proved it. Nobody has a better military. I rebuilt the entire U.S. military. Unfortunately, we gave a lot of it, but still not very much, relatively. But we gave a lot of it to Afghanistan. What a mistake. What a bunch of dopes. Remember this? They took the military out first. No, you take the military out last. So stupid, so sad. 15, you take a look at what happened. 13 people died, great people. I got to know a lot of the parents and the family members are great people, and they are devastated, and especially because it should have never happened. We gave up billions of dollars of equipment. We left American soldiers behind, and we left Bagram, the air base, the great air base, one of the greatest in the world. And you know who occupies it now? I was keeping it. China occupies it now. 1 hour away from China, forget about Afghanistan, 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons, and we gave it up like nothing. Cost billions of dollars many years ago. In conclusion, with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala and we are going to save America. With your support, we will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to Nevada. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine very quickly. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III 100%. You're not going to have World War III. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. We will build a massive missile defense shield around our country, all made in the USA. A lot of it will be made in Nevada. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And I will put a bill before Congress that anybody burning our American flag goes to jail for 1 year automatically. And you saw that happen 3 months ago in Washington when they had riots and they were burning our American flag all over the place. And they were putting spray paint all over the beautiful lions as the entrance to one of our most beautiful buildings. And you know, it's limestone. Limestone's a very porous stone. I was very good at this. You'll never get that limestone. You'll see that in 100 years, those scars that they put on the limestone, because it goes right into that paint. There's not a damn thing you can do about it. And they weren't arrested. Nothing happened to them. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. That's what's going to happen. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. And the American dream is going to come back. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is too big to rig. Early voting is underway, and everyone get out of here and start voting. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. There will be great years. With your help, from now until Election Day, we will redeem America's promise. We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we love. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. God bless you, Nevada. God bless you. God bless you all.